Okay, good evening, everyone. Am I audible? Let me see your emojis if I'm audible. Okay, okay. So, all right. Thank you so much for your commitment to this program. We really appreciate your participation. Yes, as you all know, this afternoon session is very, very important. It's in line with Civil Service Commission called circular area of concentration. So that is why we look for a professional to take us on that so that nobody will be left out. This particular session cut across all cadre, irrespective of your cadre. We procure, we process it, we procure and do other things, either official or individual. So we learn the process, the procedure, and we go home with some guides for particularly our MCQ. So please, I will implore you, don't be selfish. Call order from where they are that they should join this call. Please, because today's this afternoon session is purely practical. So okay, we are 5 something now, so I think we can go to the business of the day. Before I proceed on the introduction of the session and our guests, first love to appreciate our supporter, the Association of Senior Civil Servants of Nigeria, Lagos State Chapter, for keying to this program to enable all of us to benefit from it, especially those who are eligible for year 2026 promotion exercise. So when we are talking of innovation, you all agree with me that back then we run ETA scatter to look for where election is happening. Some even by then had accident and one thing or the other. But now through the innovation and AI, so we are doing this live virtually. You can watch tutorial at your comfort zone. So please, I don't want you to take this opportunity for granted. The mission and vision of Union for this supporting is because they don't want anybody to fail. They don't want anybody to stagnate in their position. So they wish you all well, that all of us, they are waiting for all of us at the next level. So without not wasting much of our time, we call on the chairman of the union for a token word. Good afternoon, sir. Mr. Chairman, are you with us, sir?
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm with you. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, once again, I want to use this opportunity to thank our facilitator, Mr. Subar, coming on board again. We had you earlier before, and you've taken your time to be here again with us. We want to actually appreciate you for that. And also, My appreciation also goes to the host, that's a knowledge hub, and then all participants. We are in it together, as I always say. Just be calm, and I want to advise that if you have any technical issues, please let us know so that we can help you to escalate. I know you have prepared very well, but let us also prepare for all those areas where there can be issues so that we can equally raise that so that we don't have any issues at the end of the day. And on behalf of the leadership of Association of Senior Civil Servants of Nigeria Lagos State Branch, we want to wish you well. I want to congratulate you in advance. Definitely will meet you at the next level. Congratulations.
All right. Let me see your emojis popping up. Your emojis, or are you people angry with Union Chairman, despite that we are almost about 700 here, and I'm seeing only one person appreciating him. Maybe we should call the call. It's not wasting much of our time. Thank you very much, our chairman, for that welfareism, for taking care of our staff. That's what they call good leadership. Yeah. Now, thank you, thank you so much on that. So let's go straight to the business of the day. So good afternoon, distinguished participant, and welcome to today's session of the Public Service Knowledge Hub 2026 Promotion Tutorial Series, held in collaboration with the Association of Senior Civil Servants of Nigeria, Lagos chapter. Yeah, to this afternoon session focuses on an important area for every civil servant, the Lagos State Public Procurement Law 2021. So we all know that procurement is the foundation of transparency, accountability, and value for money in government operations. And understand it is essential for excellent service delivery and for your overall performance during the 2026 promotion exercise. Thank you for joining us. We are delighted to have you here. We will now proceed to the introduction of the facilitator. It is my honor to introduce our facilitator for today's session, Mr. Akintunde Moruf, Deputy Director, Director Procurement, and the head of the Procurement Department, Lagos State Public Procurement Agency. Like our chairman earlier said, in fact, this is third time Mr. Subaru will come on board to impart a practical, solid knowledge in us. So Mr. Subaru is a pioneer and stakeholder of Public Service Knowledge Hub. So due to the short notice, he said, okay, I'm going to do it. So Mr. Subaru leaves some things and, honor us today. So thank you so much, sir. So Mr. Subaru is a seasoned procurement professional with over 24 years of service in the Lagos State Service. We hold a Bachelor of Technology in Project Management from the Federal University of Technology, a master degree in Procurement Management from the University of Lagos, and an advanced diploma in Safety and Environmental Management from Obafemi Awolowo University. A distinguished career includes serving as drainage engineer in the Ministry of the Environment for over 11 years, planning officer in the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, and later as procurement officer in the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure. He became the pioneer head of the Monitoring, Enforcement and Compliance Department of the Procurement Agency, a role he held for 8 years before assuming his current position as head of the Procurement Department. Mr. Subaru is a member of several prestigious professional bodies, including the Project Management Institute, United States of America, the Chartered Institute of Purchasing and Supply, United Kingdom, the Chartered Institute of Purchasing and Supply Management of Nigeria, and the Institute of Supply Management and Public Procurement Professional Association in India. He has also participated in World Bank Procurement Framework training and supported key reforms such as Lagos State e-procurement platform implementation. With his deep expertise and hand-on experience in policy implementation, compliance and procurement, government, Mr. Subaru is exceptional position to guide us through today's section on Lagos State Public Procurement Law 2021. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please join me with your emojis and round of applause to honor welcome Mr. Our facilitator, Mr. Moruf Akintunde Subaru. Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon once again, sir. Let the emojis keep on rolling. Let's appreciate him. Mr. Subaru, are you still here, sir? You have the floor, sir. You can unmute yourself, sir, from your end, sir.
All right, good afternoon, and thank you so much, Mr. Jamiu Nosaya. Thank you so much for the accolades and the introduction. And also a big thank you to our chairman that just welcomed us a while ago, the chairman of the Senior Civil Servants Association, Mr. Balogun. Thank you so much, and good afternoon, my colleagues, my other senior officials on this call, permanent secretaries, directors, and other colleagues. And we're all welcome to today's edition, or this afternoon's edition of the Public Service Knowledge Hub presentation. We will be looking at procurement today. And just as the moderator had mentioned earlier, we've had cause to talk about procurement a few times before now. So today's presentation is so structured to prepare us more for the expected or forthcoming promotion exams. So we will be having this presentation in two formats. The first one will be looking generally at procurement. We'll see how far we can go through some of the items that we think we should know in procurement. And then the second one, which I think will take the better part of our time, we'll go through some terminologies of procurement. We are aware that we'll be having CBT tests where we would have questions coming from various sections or various knowledge areas in service, which will include procurement. So for that, we'll also look at some terminologies that will prepare us for the CBT session of the exam. So I don't know, can you see my slide now, the opening page of my slide?
Yes, sir. Participant, please confirm with your emojis. All right. Seen, sir.
Okay, thank you. So wow, sorry. Am I still on? Is my slide still on?
It's still on, sir. It's still on, sir. Visible,
okay.
Sir.
Okay. All right. So we want to look at some basic knowledge areas in procurement, such as the definitions of procurement, the areas that, the things we do in procurement, so to say, and then we'll further on go on to look at the things we talked about in terms of sorry, I'm trying to, you see my slide, but I can't see now. Just a little time for me to sort myself out, please.
Okay, you can't see your slide?
Yes, you are seeing it, but I can't see myself. I'm seeing you. I'm not seeing my slide.
Should I share?
Okay, share from your end. Maybe that would.
Okay, should I share? Okay, okay. Let me try that. I'm coming. Let me try and see. You can bring down your own, sir. Bring it down from your end. Hello, sir. You can mute yourself. Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, okay.
Can you see your slide now, sir?
I'm yet to see it too.
Okay, can you bring it down from your end? Bring your slide down so that I can bring mine up.
Okay, can you come up with yours now? Let's see if you can come up with yours now.
Okay.
It's down
Okay,
from
I'm
my end
coming.
here.
Okay, I'm coming. Let me see.
Okay, I can see it now.
Okay, you can see your slide
Yes,
now.
I can see my slide now. All right, so we can start now. Thank you so much. Right.
Okay,
So
okay,
within the
let's
time
proceed.
allowed,
Okay,
we are going
yes, sir.
to look at the appropriate definitions of public procurement. We'll also want to look at the institutional framework for the adoption of public procurement. We'll list some of these institutional frameworks. We'll look at the compositions of the framework. Then we'll look at the functions of those frameworks. We'll look at the basic principles and objectives of public procurement process. We'll look at some of our procurement methods and consultancy selection methods. Then we'll talk a bit about disposal of assets. Then, like I said earlier, we'll spend a little more time on terminologies of public procurement. This is the area I think will prepare us for the CBT test for public procurement, the section for public procurement. So we'll start by saying that we want to distinguish between buying and procurement. I'm sure a lot of us must have at one time or the other gone through this type of training and listened to some of all these things we are going to talk about. So we'll be a bit fast on it. Buying basically refers to the exchange of legal tender for the items that we need. So if you go to the market or you go to ShopRite, Ikeja shopping mall to get, say, a phone or a laptop, you will be buying because you are just exchanging legal tender for the items you need based on your own desires and needs. But when we talk about procurement, your acquisition of the items you need, the goods the works and services that you need will be based on rules and regulations, not just what any individual desire or feel like doing. So we have the public procurement law that guides what we do in procurement. The law is also supported by what we call manual, and we have procedures and other documents that would lay out the processes for us. So for us to say and claim that we are adopting and implementing public procurement for the acquisition of goods, works, and services, we will have to do all this within the confines of the public procurement law, within the confines of the regulations as issued by the Public Procurement Agency, the guidelines. Sometimes we also have HOS circulars and other documents guiding the process of public procurement in the state. There is also a difference between public procurement as conducted in private sector and public procurement in the public sector. They are quite similar in terms of the basic principles, but to note that most times the guiding principles of public procurement in the private sector is the maximization of the profits, as we know that's the major desire of public entities. But in the in private sector rather, the maximization of profit is the guiding principle for most private entities. But in the public sector, a lot of times we don't only rely on, in fact, we don't talk about profit in public sector. We rather look at delivery of service to the society, trying to ensure that there's stability in the society and a couple of other things. If we were to solely look at profits in public sector, lots of things we do, lots of expenditures that the government goes into or adopts will not be what we will be doing. But for public, we will know that most times we do certain things to ensure that the society is stable, ensure equilibrium in the society. Sometimes we employ, not because we still need so much officers, but because we have to keep our citizens employed and other things. So there's a marked difference between procurement in private sector and procurement in the public sector. And then all this we say will still be based on the basic principles, guidelines, and laws of procurement. Now, I also want to note that this public procurement process we're talking about are based on some key essential principles. Which we'll get to talk about later. But generally, we can define public procurement as the professional process of acquisition of goods, works, and services by public entities. And these public entities include ministries, departments, and agencies of government, and they do all this by applying public funds. And all these goods, services, and works that they acquire are to ensure that they meet their responsibilities and assignments to the citizens of the state. So when the Ministry of Works or any of our other ministries go into the procurement of works and other services, they apply, the key factor there is that they will be acquiring the goods, works, and services by applying public funds. And they are geared towards meeting the responsibilities, the ministerial responsibilities and assignments of the ministries, departments, and agencies of government to the citizens of the state. Another key factor in public procurement is that more often than not, we do the acquisition of these goods, works, and services through third parties. We engage third parties to acquire these goods, works, and services. There are times that we do this without third parties, though. For instance, when we do some direct labor activities, but majorly, procurement will require that you acquire these goods, works, and services through third parties. So we can also say that public procurement right now is no longer a routine administrative duty, but is a structured process implemented by seasoned and trained professionals. And this process, like we've said, are based on core values. They are based on laws. They are based on procedures. They are based on principles and practices that are aimed at achieving predetermined objectives. And the predetermined objective of public procurement, like we all know and say a lot of times, is to achieve value for money. Value for money meaning that you want to get the best value for the public funds that we are applying for these processes. Then we'll also want to look at some of these core values that will guide us in applying or adopting public procurement. But before we go to that, we want to quickly run through what we see as public procurement. Are we on? Can we see the ball that is on display now? Mr. Jambi, am
Yes,
I
sir.
still on?
Participant, make use of your emoji.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, again, I'm seeing their responses now. So fine. So we see that on the ball there, procurement starts from the orange sector up there where we list as planning. Like we all know, and it's said in everyday life, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. The first stage of procurement is to plan. What are the activities we do within the planning sector of procurement? The first and critical part of planning in procurement is to do your needs assessment. So at about now, a couple of weeks back, the agency had caused the HOS circular to be released, calling on all our MDAs to commence with the procurement planning committee activities for our various MDAs. So the first thing we do, even before the preparation of our procurement plan via the composition of the procurement plan committee, is to come up with our needs. We do our needs assessment. So every department, every head of department would have to, some will start from stakeholders engagement or any other form of activities to come up with their work plan for the forthcoming year, where they will identify their needs for the forthcoming year. It is essential that every department would have already with them before the constitution of the procurement plan committee, your needs for the year. So your needs assessment is the first thing you do during the planning segment. So the next step, having concluded your plans, your needs assessment rather, for the forthcoming year, the first thing we'll do will now be to attend the procurement plan committee. The procurement plan committee is a committee that is designed to put together the procurement plan for our various departments, ministries, and agencies of government for the forthcoming year. So right about now, we'll be preparing the procurement plan for our various departments for 2026. The procurement plan is a table that will categorize and show all our intended activities and expenditure lines for the forthcoming years. By the time we conclude with the procurement plan, that table will show all the activities and expenditure lines that we want to engage in, and also show the timeline for the activities or sectoral works to be done towards the achievement of these expenditure. The times you begin with the preparation of your documents, the times you go to the procurement agency for the necessary review of your documents before the commencement of the procurement process proper, that's the extension of your bids and all that, all through to when the contracts will be awarded, and the contract management section, the contract implementation, and contract closeout and everything that you do. So the procurement plan is a very fundamental document for all our MDAs. And one of the key things about the procurement plan is that the procurement plan works with the budget. The procurement plan is not to obliterate the budget, neither will the budget obliterate the procurement plan. Both of them are, so to say, two sides of the same coin. While the procurement plan will list our procurement activities and expenditure line for the forthcoming year, and the schedule of activities towards implementing them. The budget, on the other side, will show the appropriation of funds for these activities. So we'll say, as it is, that the procurement plan should be the other side of the budget, and the budget is the other side of the coin of the procurement plan. Any activity on the procurement plan that is not reflected in the budget means you don't have appropriation. There's no fund for it. It means that that activity will not and cannot be implemented. Likewise, any appropriation, any provision of funds in our budget that is not reflected in our procurement plan will mean that that activity will not have a roadmap to be implemented. So the funds will just lie in the budget. So it is good for us to note that the procurement plan and the budget are, so to say, size-me twins. The two of them will work hand in hand. No one will work without the other. So the procurement plan is one of those things we'll prepare during our planning section of our procurement activity. Another key thing we'll do during the planning section is for the various user departments, the heads of the user departments, to come up with the, if it's for works activities, you would have prepared the scope of work, the bills of quantity, and the estimates for the activities you want to implement. All these are done during the planning section, before even the preparation of the procurement plan. If it's for goods items, you would have come up with the specifications of the items you want to procure. If it's services that you want to procure, you would have come up with the terms of reference that will lead to the selection of the desired service provider or consultant that will implement the service procurement for you. So one key activity in the planning section is to also come up with the breakdown of the cost implication of that activity you want to implement. You would have either the BOQ or BEME, as the case may be. You would have your terms of reference ready. You would have the specifications of the items you want to procure ready. So these are all things you do during the planning section. Also, during the planning section, the procurement department of our various MDAs would have prepared the necessary bid documents, the standard bid documents that will be required for our interactions with our service providers. All these documents will be prepared during the planning section. And to wrap up the planning section, the procurement plan committee will now sit to aggregate all our needs for the forthcoming year. So the procurement plan will do aggregation and will do what we call, we'll try and aggregate our items and put together all the things we need. If we have items that cuts across more than one department in our MDAs, they'll be aggregated together and the procurement will be done as one. We don't have to do those different items. I mean, department by department, we do aggregation and we do prioritization of our activities as well. One other key factor, one other key importance of our procurement plan is that we'll be able to schedule our activities properly, and also it will help the budget profile of our various MDA by so doing the budget profile of the state as well. What this means is that in our various MDAs, we'll try and have a smooth spread out of our activities, both in terms of the activities to be done and the funds that are required. It's no point putting all our financial burden within, say, just the first segment or the second segment or quarter of the year, where all the other segments will be left fallow without much activities. A good procurement plan would have properly spread out our resources and our activities to see that we don't have cost overload on any segment of the year. So the procurement plan, when properly prepared, will give us a smooth and very easy to implement budget profile as to how and when funds will be required to run our exercises. So having done all this, we will say that we will have properly prepared for our procurement activities at the planning stage. The next stage is the contract formation stage. Under the contract formation stage, the first step that we'll start with will be the request documentation. You know, I had said earlier that our procurement department would have prepared the standard bidding document or the standard procurement document during the planning section. At the contract formation stage, the procurement unit will now adapt the standard procurement document to the appropriate procurement processes that we need. They will choose the right procurement document, be the RFQ, the request for quotation, or the standard quotation, the standard bidding document for works, the standard bidding document for goods, or any other one, or the request for proposal, as the case may be, the appropriate one for the desired procurement process. So at the request documentation stage, we would prepare our document to suit the specific assignment we have in hand. Hence, we'll move from the standard bid document to the particular bid document that is suitable for the assignment we want to implement. After preparation of the desired bidding document, we'll now approach the market. That is, we'll extend our bid document to the service provider. Service providers meaning the contractors, suppliers, and consultants that would engage for the procurement of our goods, works, and services. We'll approach the market. At this stage, we could approach in different forms. If it's an open competitive bid, which, by the way, is the default method for procurement, the open competitive bidding method, where we'll put up the bid in our on our website, the website of the agency, PPA, the website of the MDA, and even on national daily. Sometimes we can even go as far as international journals if the required procurement method is that of international competitive method. We can go even as far as international journals for that. So we'll approach the market on the appropriate method that we want to adopt. We approach the market, the appropriate service providers would see our document and respond to our needs. The document will contain information as to the evaluation criteria that we'll use to evaluate the various bidders. It will contain the desired parameters for the evaluation of the things we need. We will be communicating with the service provider our needs and the way they should respond to us onto what we need. When they respond, we would have, if needed, the opening of our bid. We'll have our bid opening session and then go on to evaluation stage. At the evaluation stage, we would form our evaluation committee, which is a subcommittee of the tenders board of our various MDAs. After evaluation, we would go to the stage of contract signature and negotiation when it is necessary. It is not all procurement processes that will require negotiation, but for those that require, we would go up to carry out the negotiation, obtain necessary approvals for the award of the contract, go on to contract signature, and then we would have concluded the contract formation stage for our process. Then the next segment will be contract management. That will be the startup of the contract itself, which will mean taking the contractor to the site for works or initiating the works for the contractor to do. If it's a goods assignment, the contractor will be approved to commence the procurement of the items, and then they'll bring it in. So we have contract startup, contract management, and then contract closure. Contract closure includes certification of work done, preparation of payment, and necessary payment as the case may be. The last segment of the procurement cycle is the disposal segment. It is important to note that disposal is a key function of procurement. Disposal is a key function of procurement. Towards the end of this presentation, we'll talk a little bit more about disposal. But just to note that in procurement, disposal, it does not necessarily mean destructive activity. A lot of times we have disposal processes that are not intrinsically destructive or discarding of the items. But when we get to disposal further down in this presentation, we'll talk more about that. So we want to quickly look at institutional framework for procurement, as we have said earlier. What do we call institutional frameworks? Institutional frameworks are the sets of formal laws, rules, norms, and organizational structures that we adopt for the purpose of achieving the organizational goals and objective in procurement. These institutional frameworks are essential for the determination and attainment of organizational goals and objectives for us. So, like I had said earlier, the fact that we have our procurement law to guide us, the procurement law forms a critical part of our institutional framework. We have our other documents issued by the PPA, including the manuals and guidelines that we also use in the implementation of our procurement law. We sometimes issue HOS circular. And by the way, even the laws of the land, the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and other constitutions and laws of the state are all parts of our institutional framework for an implementation of procurement. What that means is that the implementation of procurement in our various MDAs must always be seen to be consistent and compliant with all laws of the land, whilst adopting the public procurement law as the major guideline. So these are some of the frameworks for the implementation of the public procurement process in Lagos State, the institutional frameworks for the implementation of public procurement in the state. At the peak of it, we have the governing board of the agency. The governing board of the agency is made up of 7 members. I think these are things we should note. Maybe it could be part of the things that will be required of us, in our CBT test. The governing board of the agency is made up of 7 members. The members include 3 members of the State Executive Council, being the Honorable Commissioner for Justice, the Honorable Commissioner for Budget and Planning, the Honorable Commissioner for Finance. These 3 members of the Executive Council of the state are members of the governing board of the Public Procurement Agency. The Director General of the Lagos State Public Procurement Agency is also a member of this board, and he serves as the secretary of the governing board. That makes 4 members now. The other 3 members are drawn from the public. One of them will be required to be a member or a former member of the state House of Assembly, the legislature of the state. Will require that a former member of the state legislative arm is part of the governing board of PPA. The other 2, one of them will come from the civil society, and the other one will come from the professional body, majorly from the Chartered Institute of Procurement, Supply Chain Management of Nigeria, CIPSMN. So these are the 7 members of the governing board of the agency. According to the Public Procurement Law of 2021, the of the agency. The next institutional framework for implementation of public procurement in the state is the Lagos State Public Procurement Agency. The Lagos State Public Procurement Agency, the PPA. The PPA is a regulatory body. It is a regulatory body for all procurement activities in the state. The responsibility of the Public Procurement Agency, PPA, covers all MDAs ministries, departments, agencies, local governments, higher institutions, health sector, and all in the state. So the agency regulates the procurement activities of all MDAs of the state. In our various MDAs, at the peak of the institutional setup for procurement in our various MDAs, we have our accounting officers. The accounting officers is one responsible for our procurement activities in our various MDAs. For ministries, we have the permanent secretaries as our accounting officers. For departments, agencies, we have our various director generals, general managers, and other heads of agencies of cognate responsibilities. In the local government, the accounting officer for procurement is the council manager. Beyond the procurement, the accounting officer in our various MDAs, we also have our procurement office in our various MDAs. So with the coming of public procurement in 2021, we have decentralized procurement to our various MDAs, and all MDAs are totally and wholly responsible for our procurement activities. Hence, we say that the agency, the PPA, only regulates our procurement activity, but our various MDAs are responsible for the failure or success of our procurement activities in our various MDAs. So we have the procurement office working with the accounting officer and the next three committees we are going to talk about to run and ensure that procurement is properly implemented in our various MDA. The first of these committee is the Procurement Planning Committee, the PPC. Then we have the Ministerial or Parastatal Tenders Board, and lastly, the Technical Evaluation Committee. The Technical Evaluation Committee is in itself a subcommittee of the Parastatal or Ministerial Tenders Board. I think we're now going to somewhere along the line. Okay, I don't know. Okay, we'll still talk about the composition of these committees in a while. So, but these are all the institutional framework for the implementation of public procurement in our various MDAs. And by way of hierarchy, what we have on the screen now shows how all these institutions that we've mentioned are related. At the peak of it is the board of the Lagos State Public Procurement Agency, followed by the procurement agency itself, the procurement office, and the procurement planning committee, the ministerial tenders board, and the technical evaluation subcommittee. So I want to quickly look at the responsibilities of some and functions of these institutions. Like I had mentioned earlier, the governing board of the PPA administers the affairs of the agency, of the public procurement agency. So the governing board is a board that oversees the affairs of the agency. The board also, from time to time, see to the release of appropriate documents, guidelines, and other rules for the implementation of public procurement in the state. The public procurement agency in itself is charged with the responsibility of regulating all procurement activities and functions in Lagos State, in the state. The accounting officer, on the other hand, be it the permanent secretaries of our ministries, the general managers, director generals, and other leaders of cognate responsibilities, and the council manager in the local government will see to the discharge of all activities of procurement in their various MDAs. So they are charged with the responsibilities of relating procurement in their various procuring entity. The procurement office, where you have our procurement officers in our various MDAs, will see to the implementation of procurement functions from conception, right from needs assessment, all through the procurement cycle like we had seen a while ago. It is the responsibility of the procurement office to ensure that all that needs to be done in the implementation of procurement is done appropriately, up to the delivery of goods, works, and services as required in our various MDAs. The Procurement Planning Committee, the PPC, is responsible for overall planning and preparation of annual procurement plan, and they ensure that adequate integration of procurement activities is done with our budget. Like I said earlier, any item that we have in our procurement plan, every item in our procurement plan must be reflected or catered for in our budget. Any fund in the budget that is not reflected in the procurement plan will not have a roadmap to its implementation. Likewise, any activity on our procurement plan that does not have appropriate appropriation of funds in the budget will not be implemented. So it is important that the procurement plan is completely synced with the budget. Then our Ministerial Tenders Board. The board is the approving authority for the conduct of public procurement in our various MDAs. That's the Ministerial Tenders Board for our ministries, and then Parastatal Tenders Board for the other departments and agencies. And in the local government, we'll talk about the Tenders Board for our various local governments. The Technical Evaluation Subcommittee is the subcommittee of the Tenders Board that is charged with the responsibility for the evaluation of bids and proposals as presented by our bidders. So these are the responsibilities of the various institutional frameworks for procurement in our MDAs. So I want to look at the composition of these bodies now. The first one we're looking at is the PPC, the Procurement Plan Committee. The name I call this PPC, the family meeting for our various MDAs. And you know, in our family meetings, everybody would have to attend so that you put up your case, put up your own contribution to the activities of the family. So because it's a family meeting, we'll have all heads of departments and units represented in our Procurement Planning Committee. All heads of departments and units in our procuring entity will be members of the Procurement Planning Committee. The accounting officer will serve as the chairman of the Procurement Plan Committee, while the head of procurement department or unit in our various MDA will serve as the secretary to the Procurement Plan Committee. So that's where we have every department represented, and the departmental heads and unit heads will present the activities of their various departments and units to be aggregated into the procurement plan of the MDA. For the Tenders Board, Ministerial Tenders Board, Parastatal Tenders Board, or Tenders Board in the local government, we have the accounting officer serving as the chairman. The procurement officer will also still serve as the secretary. And then we have 4 other heads of departments who will be expected to be directors to serve as members. These 4 heads of departments will be chosen at the discretion of the accounting officer. But this Tenders Board would have a lifespan of 1 year, which means that annually will constitute our Tenders Board. Same goes for the Procurement Plan Committee. These committees and boards serve annually, and at the beginning of every year, we have an opportunity of changing or substituting some of the members of the board if we so desire. So the procurement officer serves as the secretary, the accounting officer serves as the chairman, and then we have 4 heads of departments as members of the procurement, of the Tenders Board, the Tenders Board of our various MDAs. For the Technical Evaluation Committee, we say that we can have either a 3-man Technical Evaluation Committee or a 5-man evaluation committee. I will explain how it works. For our open competitive bidding process, where we would have invited bids from service providers via open competitive process, we most times and all times request for documents that would include the financial documents of the firm, the audited accounts of the firm, the tax records, and other financial records of the firm. And as to the composition of the entity or the company, we also request for documents of the CAC, the Memorandum of Association, and every other document as such from the service providers. So for open competitive bidding processes, where we request for these financial documents and legal documents, we would have a 5-man committee, a 5-man evaluation committee, which will include the head of procurement department, the department in need of that activity, that's the user department. Thirdly, the subject matter expert for that activity. Fourthly, we'll have the representative of the accounting function because of the tax document and accounting documents that we've just talked about now. And then a representative of the legal function as well to see to the appropriateness of the legal documents of the firm as they've submitted to us. So for open competitive bidding process, we would have a 5-man evaluation committee comprising of the head of the procurement department, the user department, the subject matter experts, the representative of the accounting function, and then a representative of the legal function. But you see, for those of our procurement processes that are not open competitive bidding processes, which means we have not requested for the legal documents and accounting documents, we would be having a 3-man financial evaluation committee. The technical evaluation committee rather will be a 3-man evaluation committee comprising of the head of procurement, the head of the user department, and then the subject matter experts. The essence of the subject matter expert is that a lot of times the user department may not be an expert in the item we want to procure. Take, for instance, if you want to procure laptops for the admin department or the accounts department, the department in use that will explain what they want and what they need is the accounts department or the admin department, but they are not experts in computer and accessories. So we'll need the head of the ICT in that evaluation team to ascertain the appropriateness of our specification and what the suppliers have put up for us in the evaluation process. So we'll need a subject matter expert, the head of department, and the user department, only those 3 if we are not in an open competitive procurement process. So quickly we want to look at some of the things we refer to as the principles and objectives of public procurement. These are the guiding principles. All these things put together will say that these would help us to achieve value for money. The first is accountability. Everything we do in public procurement must be properly documented and accounted for. Accountability is a very fundamental principle in public procurement. The next is inclusiveness. We must be open and allow everyone that can participate and should know what we are doing to know about it. There is no segregation or working in silos in public procurement. Everyone in our MDAs will know what we are doing. Right from the procurement plan committee activities, where we have all heads of departments and units. Everyone there will know and have an idea of the activities of every other department in the ministry or in the MDA. So openness, inclusiveness is a key factor in public procurement. Then transparency. Everything we do should be done transparently. There should be economy. We are not going to, in public procurement, spend 100 million to chase 10 million. That's the reason why when we have a procurement of low threshold, we may not be required to do open public bidding process, public bid process, so that we can reduce or cut down on the cost of procurement. So we look at the economy. Everything we do will take economy into cognizance. There's also openness in our activity, proper documentation for auditing purposes. Everything we do should be properly documented for audit purposes. Competition. Competition is a key factor in public procurement that marks us different from the pre-public procurement era. In the pre-public procurement era, before the coming of public procurement, there wasn't much of competition in our expenditure outlook. Most of the times, especially in the STB days, we'll just invite a few, most times 2, 3, maximum 4 service providers to bid for the activities we have on ground, irrespective of the threshold of the activity. But with the coming of public procurement and the requirement for competition, for openness, and for inclusiveness, we would, as time permits, as the law permits, engage in open competitive bid that will allow every and any firm that's interested in the process to be part of the procurement process. Then, of course, efficiency is also very key in procurement. Integrity is key. We would ensure that everything we do with fairness, integrity, efficiency. You be fair to all service providers in ensuring that every bidder, every service provider is given equal information and equal opportunity to partake in our process. You don't give partial or incomplete information to any of our service providers. By the time we ensure that we go by all these principles, we see that the ethics of public procurement will include honesty, doing things right, being fair at all times, taking responsibility for your activities. There has to be choice in what you are doing. You maintain your honor, see that there's integrity and moral aptitudeness in what we do. These are all the principles, objectives, and things that we aim to achieve in public procurement. So let's quickly look at some of our procurement methods. Like I said earlier, the default method in public procurement is open competitive bidding process. Open competitive bidding process is the default procurement method. But under this open competitive bidding process, we can have either the national competitive bidding, international competitive bidding process, ICB, the limited international bidding process, LIB, or the national competitive bidding process, NCB. The ICB, as the name implies, is that process that allows us to invite service providers even beyond the shores of the nation. We can go international to attract service providers to partake in our procurement process. So we say that process is international competitive bidding process, where service providers, contractors, consultants, or suppliers from even outside the country are allowed to partake in our process. The other one that is also international is what we call the limited international bidding process. This is also international, but we may have cause to limit it to some, maybe 4, 8, 10, as the case may be. And the reason for this is that at some times we may want to limit it because of sensitivity of the assignment, the technical requirements of the assignment, or the high threshold, the amount involved for the assignment. When we have a high threshold activity or a sensitive assignment, or sometimes activities or assignments that are not readily available, you know there are just a few providers in the market that can provide that can run that assignment for us. We can engage and apply what we call the limited international bidding process, where we'll just go to the few that are known in that market for those reasons. The third open competitive method is the national competitive bidding process. As the name implies, this now limits us to firms and companies, suppliers and contractors that are registered within Nigeria. So we limit to within the country. Only companies that are registered, service providers that are registered within Nigeria will take part in our national competitive bidding process. All these three methods we've just talked about are classified as open competitive bidding processes. So for the restrictive bidding methods that are not open to everyone, we can either have the restrictive tendering process, the selective tendering process, the direct contracting process, or the direct labor process. The direct labor, by the way, is also called force account. Force account is another name for direct labor. For these four methods, they are not open to everyone. You would have limited your scope, your dragnet, to a few for one reason or the other. But you see, the first one, restrictive tendering process and selective tendering process, are very similar, but they are based on different principles, which I will take a few minutes now to explain. If you are in need of an item that is readily available in the market, so you have a lot of service providers that can provide that item, also from the different service providers, the difference in the cost of the item and the quality of the item is not really much. We would adopt the selective tendering process, selective tendering method. Sometimes you call it national shopping. For instance, if you want to procure laptops or say stationaries, we have lots of service providers that can give you, that can supply these items. Or you want to go into agreement for the purchase of petrol or other petrochemical products. You know that whether you are engaging Total, MRS, Mobil, and all these other marketers, the difference in their prices are quite similar. I mean, it's quite small. Their prices are quite similar. The quality is probably even exactly the same thing in the case of petroleum products. But for stationaries, you may have slight differences. But what we're saying is that when you have so many service providers that can give you these items and the difference in time in their quality and price is not much, you will engage in selective tendering or national shopping, where you can say any 3, 4, or 5 will be a fair representation of all the service providers that you have. So if you go to Tiba and you enter into the stationery, any 3, 4 stationery stores there, you would have been able to get a fair idea of what will come from any and all of those in the market. So you would have any 3, 4, or 5 of those service providers representing the whole spectrum of service providers for that item. But on the other side, for restrictive tendering process, we adopt this process when the item in need or the expenditure we are engaging in is of high value, or is very technical, or we have very few service providers in the market that can provide this item. For example, if we want to construct a new bridge, flyover now at Allen Junction, it's not necessary that we go into open competitive bidding process. Because we know there are very limited number of firms that can provide this service at the level we want it. At best, we look at 4 or 5 of them. By the time you go for Julius Berger, CCCC, maybe High Tech, and maybe 1 or 2 others, you would have, you have a fair idea of what the service providers can offer in the market. So you don't need to open it up to everyone. Then you'll be engaging, you'll be sending your solicitation document to only 4, 5, sometimes it could even be as much as 10. But in this case, you are not opening to everyone because the assignment you want to engage in is technical, is of high threshold, and there are not too many service providers in the market. So you go for restrictive tendering method. So even when between restrictive tendering method and selective tendering method, we are looking at 4, 5, 6, and all that. The reasons why you adopt either the selective tendering method or the restrictive tendering method are quite different. So next one is the direct contracting method. Direct contracting is saying that you are having cause to go to just one sole service provider, only one service provider, the name direct, and you have reasons why you do this. You are doing direct contracting either because you have just that service provider as the sole provider of that activity or that item you are in need of. That's one reason we do direct contracting. Sometimes we can have legal or directive reasons, legal reasons or reasons that we've been directed to do direct contracting. For instance, we have a policy in the state that encourages us to go to Ibile for the procurement of petroleum products. So we do direct contracting with Ibile Oil and Gas for the procurement of petroleum products. That's direct contracting. Sometimes we do direct contracting because it is a follow-up to an existing job where you've already adopted a competitive process and you're having maybe a second phase or a follow-up. So if you see that you are satisfied with the initial, the provision of the services from the initial award, you can have a direct contracting for the subsequent phases of that work. But in that case, we have caveats to it. If you're adopting direct contracting for a second phase assignment, it will mean that you are maintaining the unit price and other conditions of service that you had brought up from the initial award. What this means is that if it's a works assignment, the contractor will not have the opportunity of changing the unit rates of the first award if we are going to do the second phase by direct contracting. The reason being that if you have to change the unit prices, we would need to expose that new price to competition from other service providers or other contractors before we can award to the new person. For direct labor or first account, we would adopt this process where our various NDAs have the required personnel and equipment to implement the works assignment. Now, I need to also note that direct contracting is only for works assignments. We don't have direct labor for procurement of goods, and we don't have direct labor for services. Direct labor is only for works assignments. So all the ones we've mentioned thus far will be applicable for works and goods. For services, we have what we call selection method. For consulting services, we have selection method. The default method for consulting services is what we call the quality cost-based selection method. The quality cost-based selection method. This will mean that both the technical proposal of the consultant and the financial proposal of the consultant will both be evaluated to pick or select the desired or the most appropriate consultant for our assignment. So the quality cost-based selection method is the default selection method for selection of consultants in our procurement processes. The quality cost-based selection method. So we'll have to look at or consider both the technical and the financial proposals of the consultant. Another selection method that we have is the quality-based selection method. For this selection method, we're only looking at the technical proposal of the consultants to decide on the desired or the more appropriate consultant. The financial proposal will not be a major criteria. It will still be applied though, but the first priority will be the financial proposal. Then we'll go on to negotiate the financial proposal of the best technical proposal. So the key factor here is the technical proposal, hence we call it the quality-based selection method. We would pick the best technical proposal and then negotiate the financial proposal of that best technical proposal. Whereas in the quality cost-based selection method, we would have looked at both the technical proposal and the financial proposal and have a blend, a mix of both in deciding on who we would select for the assignments. Another selection method is the one called single source selection method. This is akin to the direct contracting method that we have for goods and works. Are we still on, Mr. Jamiu? Hello? You are still on. Okay, I can go on. All right, I see thumbs up. I assume that means that we are still on, so I'll continue. So consultants, okay, so list cost selection method. List cost selection method means that we'll look at the consultant that provides the least cost for us for the assignment that we are carrying out. The least cost selection method will be, wow, Mr. Jamiu, are we on? I can't see my slide again. Hello? 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 Okay. So for least cost selection method, LCS, we would pick the consultant that provides the least cost for the assignment that we need. This method will be adopted for assignments that are basic, such that any of the consultants that we pick or any of the service providers that we pick will be offering pretty much the same assignment for us. So we have the least cost selection method. We also have the fixed budget selection method. In the fixed budget selection method, we have a fixed budget that will make open, will tell our service providers, that's the consultants, then the man that gives us the richest return in terms of the activities to back up that assignment with our fixed budget will be the one we'll pick. That is, we have our budget, in that case, fixed, and we look at the scope of work. The man that gives us the best scope of work is the one that we'll pick. That's the fixed budget selection method. It's like the opposite of the least cost selection method, where we have our assignment fixed and the service provider that gives us the least cost for the implementation of that assignment is the one we'll pick. For the consultant qualification method, we'll strictly be looking at the qualification of the consultants. Most times the firm, you look at the firm that has the richest resume of service of officers in their team to provide the job for us. I mean, to run the assignment for us. That consultant, the firm with the best qualification, the highest qualification, will be chosen under the consultant qualification method. And for individual consultants, this recognizes the fact that we can have individuals on their own, in their individual capacity, that would participate in our processes as consultants for the provision of consulting services for us. So these are some of our selection methods in the selection of consultancy. So quickly we'll look at procurement, disposal of assets in procurement. So we say that every procuring entity is also a disposing entity. What this means is that for all of our MDAs, when we go through procurement activities to acquire goods, works, and services that we need, when these items run their full cycle, we can also, on our own, in our various entities, dispose of these items as a disposing entity. What it means is that if, for instance, the Lagos State Public Procurement Entity procures a bus or even an official car for our Director General, at the time we feel that that vehicle needs to be disposed of, because it was procured by the procurement agency, we can't dispose of it ourselves as a disposing entity. But for vehicles that were given to the agency, maybe from HOS office or PSO office or the Chief of Staff office, the agency cannot dispose of items that were not procured by it. Disposal of vehicle procured by, say, Chief of Staff office would still be disposed by the Chief of Staff office, irrespective of the agency that's using that item. So we say that every procuring entity is also a disposing entity. So the departments that are in need of, or that are in possession of these assets that you want to dispose of, are the ones that will approach the accounting officer for approval of the disposal of the items that you have. Once that approval is obtained from your accounting officer, you would approach the Lagos State Valuation Office for mainstream agencies and the local government, the Office of Auditor General for local government in the case of local government. But for the mainstream MDAs, will approach the Lagos State Valuation Office for the reserve price of the items that we want to dispose of. So it's not for you on your own to determine and fix the reserve price, which is the minimum price for the disposal of items. That amount will be fixed by the Lagos State Valuation Office. You'll approach them, they will come and have an inspection of the item and then fix the reserve price based on their own professional calculation of the depreciation and every other necessary parameters on that item. Another essential reason why we have to go to the valuation office is that all our items would have to have been tagged by the valuation office. So at the time of disposal, you will need to inform the valuation office so that these items can be knocked off the assets register of the state or moved to the appropriate agency where the item is subsequently moved to after disposal. After obtaining the reserve price from the valuation office, then the tender board of your MDA will meet to approve this disposal and then also approve the applicable disposal method. In a while, we'll look at a few of applicable disposal methods that we have. After the determination of the disposal method, your MDA will approach the Lagos State Public Procurement Agency, the PPA, for no objection to carry out the disposal process. But if the item you are disposing is of values less than 20,000 and it's office furniture, you may not need to approach the PPA for no objection. For such low value items that are office furniture, the agency allows that you can carry out the disposal entirely in your agency, in your MDA. Keep records for the PPA to come and review during procurement audit session or procurement process review session. If the item is not office furniture, then the threshold to come to the PPA for necessary no objection is 50,000 naira and above. If the Lagos State Valuation Office value for the item is 50,000 naira and above, then you must approach the Lagos State Public Procurement Agency for disposal of that item to obtain the no objection to carry out that process. After the Lagos State Public Procurement's approval, you will do solicitation for the bids of those who are interested in the disposal of that item. You may even need to go as far as having such solicitation in the newspaper and do what we call limited. That is not limited to just your notice board. You do open publication in the newspapers and the website of your MDA so that you can attract as many as possible interested bidders for high value assets. Public bid opening will also be carried out just like we have when we are adopting our procurement process. Even for disposal, we'll have public bid opening of the figures of the bid, the sealed bids for those who are interested in a disposal. All these are geared towards the transparency and openness that procurement preaches. And then your tenders board will meet to ratify the entire process. Then you document all you've done for PPA's attention. Some of our disposal methods include what we have on the screen here. We have sales by public tender, which is competitive. We can have sales by public auction. We can have sales by trading. Trading means that, for instance, some firms, some MDAs may want to change maybe the projector in their conference room or any other technical gadget. You take it back to the producers, pay some more money, and acquire the latest or a higher version of that item. That's the trading. It's also a valid and acceptable disposal method. We can have disposal by transfer with financial adjustments. We can have disposal by fixed price sales. We can have disposal by sales to employees, where those of our own employees are allowed to strictly bid for the items. Under that, sometimes we can even have sales to the user, the particular officer in use of, that is in possession of that item. They can be allowed to have right of first refusal for the disposal of items. All these are things you will have to apply to the PPA for, get necessary approvals, and you can adapt or adopt this disposal method. We can have recycling or donation as disposal method. Then the last sets of disposal method is destruction, dumping, burying, and burning. So as you can see in the list out here, disposal does not always necessarily mean destructive disposal. Sometimes disposal can also mean moving or shifting responsibility and ownership of the item to some other segments of the state government. So this brings us to the end of the first segment of this presentation. Like I said earlier, we want to go to the sets of things that I've prepared to discuss with us that I believe will be beneficial in the multiple choice section of our promotion exercise. We want to go through some of our terminologies in procurement and give us the necessary or appropriate definitions and explanations to these terminologies. So, Mr. Jami, can you please move on to the second slide for us, please? Hello? Mr. Jami, are you with me? Hello, Mr. Jami. Mr. Nosaya. Hello? Hello? Can we all see my slide? It's a words. It's in words. I have at the top there 120 terminologies in Lagos State public procurement and their meanings. The thumbs up I see, do I take it to mean that I'm on and I can go on? Okay, so if we are on, I want to start by saying the first thing we have here is to say, what is procurement? What is procurement? Procurement is a structured process of acquiring goods, works, and services using public funds under regulated procedures. You know, we had mentioned earlier that we have our rules, we have our laws, we have our guidelines, we have our procedures and our manuals for the implementation of public procurement. So when you use public funds to procure goods, works, and services under the confines of the public procurement law, the necessary guidelines and manuals of public procurement, we will say that we are carrying out public procurement. The Lagos State Public Procurement Agency, PPA, is the agency responsible for the regulation and monitoring enforcement of procurement standards in the state. Like I said earlier, the agency is not the one conducting the public procurement process or procurement processes for our various MDA. What the agency only does is to regulate, monitor, regulate, and enforce procurement standards in the states. That's what the agency does. Procuring entities. Procuring entities refer to MDAs, ministries, departments, and agencies of government that initiate and execute procurement activities. That's what we refer to as procuring entity. The accounting officer. The accounting officer is the head of the procuring entity who is legally responsible for approvals, monitoring, and compliance with procurement law. That's our accounting officer. Our accounting officer is the man at the head of affairs, of M of affairs for procurement in our various MDAs, and they are responsible for the approval, monitoring, and compliance of activities with the appropriate or necessary procurement laws. Due process. Due process means the adherence to established procurement rules to ensure fairness, transparency, competitiveness, and accountability. All those are principles and objectives of public procurement that we had mentioned earlier. So once you do all that and you ensure that your activities are in line with all these principles, we say that you are carrying out due process. What is a bid? A bid is a formal offer submitted by a contractor, a supplier, or a consultant to provide goods, works, or services for us. That's the bid. When I say somebody has dropped his bid, the bid is a formal offer submitted by a contractor, a supplier, or a consultant to provide goods, works, or services for us. That person who provides this bid, we say is a bidder. And that bidder is an individual, a company, or a consortium that submits a bid in response to our procurement invitation. That's a bidder. And what's a tender? A tender is a formal submission of a bidder outlining their technical capabilities and financial offer in response to our procurement invitation. That's what the tender is. And the tender document is the official set of documents containing specification, instructions, and criteria for bidding. So the tender document is what our various MDAs will issue to the service provider. It will contain the specifications of the things we need. In terms for consultancy services, it will contain the terms of reference. For goods, you have the specification. For works, you have the BOQ, or the Bill of Engineering Measurement and Evaluation. And then other things, information like the criteria for the selection process. All this will be contained in the tender document for the service provider to familiarize himself with. What is EOI? Expression of interest. Expression of interest is the document submitted by consultants or firms expressing their willingness to participate in our consultancy service. So the MDA will issue or publish what we call requests for expression of interest, REOI. That's what our MDAs will publish. And then in response, the service provider or the consultants will submit the document we call expression of interest, which is a document submitted by the consultant expressing their willingness to participate in the consulting service that we have put up. RFP means request for proposal. Request for proposal is a detailed document inviting consultants to participate, to submit technical and financial proposal. It's a detailed document inviting consultants to submit technical and financial proposal in response to what we have, what our MDAs have put forward. That's the request for proposal. So when the MDAs put up the request for proposal, the service provider or the consultant will submit their own proposal. Just as we have requests for proposal for consultancy services, we have requests for quotation for goods and works. For the supply of goods and the implementation of works assignment, we have requests for quotation. And request for quotation, RFQ, is a document requesting suppliers to submit price quotation for low value procurement. for low value procurement, RFQ. We will not be issuing RFQ for items in hundreds of millions of threshold. We use RFQ for low value procurement. Invitation to bid, IFB, invitation for bid or invitation to bid, IFB, is a public solicitation invitation to bidders to participate in an open competitive procurement process. The invitation to bid, the IFB, is what we publish in the newspapers, on our website, and in journals for open competitive bidding process. For restrictive bidding processes, you don't use invitation to bid. What are standard bidding document or standard procurement document? These are templates developed by the Public Procurement Agency for consistent and compliant procurement documentation. The standard bidding documents are templates that have been prepared by the Lagos State Public Procurement Agency, PPA, to standardize our procurement process. Is used for consistency and compliance. So it contains information, standardized information, and the way things should be done for our various procurement processes. It is this standard bidding document that the procurement officer will now adapt by, making up the specific information section to reflect the particular requirements of our various procurement processes and issue to the service providers. So we adopt our standard bidding document to now become a specific bidding document for our various procurement processes. What is a bid security? A bid security is a guarantee submitted by bidders to ensure that the bidders will not withdraw or get out of our procurement process before we conclude our bidding exercise. It's a guarantee. It's what the bidder will submit to ensure that the bidder will not withdraw from our procurement process before we conclude the evaluation process. So what this means is that we don't have a situation where during our evaluation, at the time we'll conclude and we pick a service provider as the preferred service provider. You invite that service provider to come and pick up the document, and they tell you, oh, I'm no longer interested in it. To protect our procuring entities from such situations, the service provider would have to submit a bid security, which is a document that would ensure that the bidders will not withdraw or fail to sign a contract if the service provider is chosen for our assignment. Another similar document is the performance bond or the performance guarantee. By the way, when you hear the word bond or guarantee, there Hello, can you hear me now? Okay, all right, thank you. So I was just explaining that performance bond, performance guarantee means the same thing. Bid bond, bid guarantee means the same thing. Advance payment bond, advance payment guarantee means the same thing. The bond and guarantee at the back of the name only refers to or signify the source of the document that is coming from a bank or an insurance firm. So the performance bond or performance guarantee is a security ensuring that the contractor will perform on the contract according to specifications of the procuring entity. The difference between the advance payment bond and the performance bond is that, or in fact, let's take the three of them. The bid bond or the bid security is to secure the fact that the service provider will not exit himself or withdraw from our procurement process and will be available to sign contract at the end of the evaluation process. That's the security we call the bid security. The performance guarantee is the one that ensures that the contractor will perform on end-to-end, will perform and deliver the entire project for us. Whilst the advance payment guarantee is only for the advance payments that the contractor has received. So if you have an assignment for 100 million and we pay 40% advance payment, which is 40 million, the advance payment guarantee will only cover up to 40% or 40 million worth of assignment, whereas the performance guarantee will ensure that the firm will conclude entirely the project from beginning to end. We've talked about invitation to bid. We've talked about all this. So the next thing there is advance a mobilization fee or advance payment. An advance payment is made to a contractor to enable the contractor commence work on the project. This amount is payable only once in the lifetime of a project. A lot of times we have entities, procuring entities, requesting that the agency should approve another advance payment after, we have amendments or review of contract sum. So for instance, you have a contract that was awarded initially at 100 million and 40% advance payment has been paid, which is 40 million. The contractor moves to site, commences work. For one reason or another, maybe economic reasons and all that, we go and we have costs to do review of contract price. The contractor requests for review of contract or variation in the contract sum. We move the contract sum from 100 million to 180 million. A lot of times we get our MDAs now requesting that the agency, the PPA, should approve another advance payment on the subsequent 80 million. This is wrong. Mobilization is paid only once for the commencement. That's the name, mobilization fee. Once you've mobilized and you've commenced the project and the contract is ongoing, you cannot apply for another mobilization fee or advance payment. You would only do valuation of work, what you've done versus what you have collected. And if you are due for further payments, payments will be processed for the contractor, but you don't pay mobilization fee more than once on any particular project or contract. 18, bid validity period. You know, when we conduct our evaluation process and the contractors submit their bid, we will request for a certain period we call the bid validity period. That period is the period during which that bid submitted by the service provider will remain valid and cannot be changed. Within our validity period, the bidder cannot come back and tell us, oh no, I can't do it at that price any longer. So we say that your bid will be valid throughout that bid validity period. And usually the bid validity period will cover the period for evaluation and the signing of contracts. The bid validity period will be long enough to cover the period for evaluation and the signing of contracts. So that's the bid validity period. Bid opening is a public event where submitted bids are formally opened, recorded, and announced. That's all we do during bid opening sessions. You open the bids submitted by the various bidders, you announce it publicly, and you record it, but you don't do any form of evaluation during bid opening session. Bid opening sessions are open to bidders and their representatives that choose to attend. You may attend if you like, and you may decide to stay away. It's not compulsory for bidders. But for those that attend, they will sign the documents, and documenting that they attended and verifying the figures that are read out for them during the bid opening session. And for a bid opening session, we'll normally have a bid opening committee. The bid opening session will take place on the bid closing date. The bid closing date is the final date and time for submission of tender. All these ones apply to open competitive bidding process. You cannot have your bid closing on a Monday and you say you want to open the bid on a Tuesday. Immediately bid submission closes, bid opening will take place. Bid opening takes place immediately after closure of bid submission. So the bid closing date is the date and time for submission, the closing date for the submission of tenders by bidders. The evaluation committee. Evaluation committee is a team of professionals mandated to assess bids based on defined criteria. You know, in our bid document that we had extended to the service providers, we would have stated the evaluation criteria there that they would be evaluated with. So the evaluation committee will evaluate the bids that we've just opened based on the evaluation criteria that have been defined in our bidding document. You cannot change the criteria during your evaluation process. It has to be those criteria that you had made known and made open to the bidders at the time documents were extended to them. Technical evaluation refers to the assessment of a bidder's competence, experience, methodology, and capacity. That's what technical evaluation is. And it's followed closely by the financial evaluation, which speaks to the assessment of the financial offers, the pricing, and the cost effectiveness as presented by the bidder. So there's a difference between the financial evaluation and the technical evaluation. The financial evaluation speaks to the assessment of that. There's this assessment focused on comparing financial offers, the prices, and the cost effectiveness of our various bidders. What we refer to as a responsive bid, that's a bid that meets all the requirements of the solicitation document without deviation. The solicitation document is our bidding document that we had issued. So any bid that meets all the requirements contained in our bidding document, contained in our solicitation document, we say that that bid is a responsive bid. If you meet all our requirements without deviation, we say that bid is a responsive bid. The lowest evaluated responsive bid is now the bid that offers the most favorable price among those that meet all the technical and commercial requirements. So the first thing you'll check out for is to see that these bids are responsive bids. Amongst the set of bids that are responsive, we now look at the one that offers the most favorable price amongst all the responsive bids. And that one is the one we call the lowest evaluated responsive bid. Contract award. A contract award is a formal decision selecting the winning bidder and granting contract rights. That's what a contract award is. So when you say you are having a contract award process, it means that you must have selected a winning bidder, and then you go on to contract formation stage and you grant a contract right to that bidder. So you say you've awarded contract. The certificate of no objection is that certificate issued by PPA authorizing the procuring entity to go on to the next stage in the procurement process, or sometimes to award contracts. So for some processes, the procuring entity will require the no objection of the PPA to move from one level to another, from one stage of the procurement process to another. And even when you are through with all the stages and you want to do the final award of contract, you will still need to obtain the no objection certificate from the PPA. The procurement plan. The procurement plan is a scheduled outline of all procurement activities of the procuring entity intended to be undertaken in a financial year. It details the necessary procurement procedure, the method, the financial implication, and other critical variables of all the expenditure lines of the procuring entity. That's what the procurement plan is, and that's what the procurement plan committee is saddled with the responsibility of preparing for us. A threshold. A threshold is a monetary limit that determines the level of approval required for a procurement action. So when you say you have a low threshold, a high threshold, and all that, we are referring to that monetary benchmark that will tell you whether, as a low threshold, this and these are the required procurement actions to be taken, and these are the ones not required. So a threshold for our procurement process refers to the monetary limit that determines what is to be done on your procurement activity. Open competitive bid. Open competitive bid, that's a procurement method involving unrestricted competition among bidders. Unrestricted competition among bidders. Then you say it's open competitive bidding. Usually you publish that in the newspaper, widely read newspaper, on the website and the notice board of the procuring entity. On the other side, restricted bidding is a method where only selected or pre-qualified firms are invited to submit bids. So for restricted bidding, you can't publish in papers or the website because you already know those you've restricted the process to, and you'll only contact them directly. Two-stage bidding. What is two-stage bidding? Two-stage bidding is a method where bidders are first requested to submit technical proposals for evaluation. After that, they will now bring in the financial proposal in the second stage. So we'll have technical proposal first that will be evaluated and all that. Then we'll bring in the financial proposals later. Direct contracting. Direct contracting is a non-competitive procurement method used in emergency or when only one supplier exists. So you see, intrinsically, direct procurement is meant for emergency procurement and when you have only one supplier. Even though going forward, you may have reasons to justify direct procurement sometimes, even outside emergency situations. But that will require a proper detailing of your reasons and the approval of the PPA before you can do that. But basically, direct contracting is meant to be used during emergency situation or when you have only one supplier available. Emergency procurement is a procurement conducted under urgent circumstances to address immediate needs. So it's only when you have urgent circumstances like force majeure, that's when we adopt emergency procurement, not when you just feel that you've had all the time in your hand to prepare and carry out the necessary procurement process. And you wait till you have just 2 weeks to when that item is needed, and you say you want to do emergency procurement. The agency is at liberty to turn down such a request because it is not a force majeure situation or an urgent circumstance. We will expect you to have done all the needful when you have enough time to do that. Consultancy services. This refers to expert professional services provided by consultants or consulting firms. Goods are physical items which are equipment, materials, or supplies procured by government. Works are construction or civil engineering projects such as roads, buildings, bridges, and other infrastructure. Services, on the other hand, are non-consulting operations, including maintenance services, security services, cleaning services, amongst others. A framework agreement is a long-term arrangement with suppliers for repeated purchases over a defined period. So if you know that you are going to be requiring a certain service over a predetermined time, rather than have repeated and continuous procurement process, you can have a framework agreement in place that would be applied for repeated purchases of that item over a stated period, a defined period. The procurement method is a technique chosen for contract acquisition. It could be competitive bidding, it could be direct procurement, and all that. These are what we call procurement method. Post-qualification. I want us to look at post-qualification along with pre-qualification. Post-qualification is the evaluation conducted to confirm that the selected bidder possesses the necessary capacity. So during procurement process, the bidders would have made claims in their bid document. We have 20 bulldozers. We have 15 engineers on our payroll. Our chief engineer, graduated from Unilag 25 years ago, and all that, all sorts of claims, both in terms of their personnel, their experience, the equipment they have. When we run our procurement process through and through, and we pick any of these service provider, the procuring entity is at liberty, and in fact should conduct what we call post-qualification. That's going back to look at all these claims of this bidder to confirm that they truly and actually are true. That is what post-qualification is all about, to confirm the claims made by the bidder. But you'll do that for only the selected bidder. You don't need to do it for all bidders that you have in your process. Once you are through with the selection process, the winning bid that you intend to award the contract to, you will have to carry out post-qualification activity for that firm. On the other hand, pre-qualification refers to the initial screening of firms to determine whether these firms meet the required standards before you go into bidding process. So this one is even before you go into bidding process, you carry out a pre-qualification process. You request all those interested to submit information about themselves to your procuring entity. Information as to their experience, their equipment, their personnel. The procuring entity will sieve this information, evaluate this information, and see those that meet their requirements, and we say those are the ones that have been pre-qualified for the assignments. The pre-qualified contractors are the ones that will now go on to the bidding process. But we also need to note that pre-qualifications are specific to projects. You don't do pre-qualification and say that you want to keep 20, 30 contractors or companies on your list, and then you go there when you need to pick the ones you want to use. You would pre-qualify specifically for projects. And then when you finish that pre-qualification process, all successful bidders would enjoy going to the next stage, the bidding stage, where they will now be required to submit their financial proposal. So that's what pre-qualification is all about. Contract negotiation. Contract negotiation is the discussion held to clarify and finalize contract terms with the preferred bidder. So you hold contract negotiation with only the preferred bidder when you sit down to finalize the contract terms and ensure that all terms in the contract document is clear to both the bidder or the selected contractor, the preferred contractor, and the procuring entity. And of course, contract signing is the act of signing a bidding agreement, a binding agreement between a procuring entity and a contractor. The contract performance is the execution of the project according to contract terms, the specifications, and timelines by the bidder. So when you say that a bidder is meeting your contract terms, he has to do it by meeting the specification, the terms and conditions of the contract, even up to the timelines. Contract variation. Contract variation refers to alteration of the original contract in scope, in cost, or in duration. Once you change any of these things, we call these three items triple constraints of contract: the scope, the cost, and the duration. Once any of these three parameters changes, you would say that you have altered the contract terms, and you say that you are having contract variation. And indeed, once you change any one of these three, the other two will naturally change along. At least one, if not both, will change. If you change the scope of your work, the cost will normally change and the duration will change. If you don't want the duration to change, you will compensate with higher costs. If you change the duration of your project, like you want to crash and make it faster, deliver in a shorter time, it will mean that you are either reducing your cost, reducing your scope, or you are going to pay more. These three items are called the triple constraints of project management. And once one of them changes, one or the other two will change along with it. What is misprocurement? Any procurement undertaking that is contrary to the laws, procedures, and principles of procurement will result in the nullification of the process, and we say that is misprocurement. Once you do any of the things that the law does not allow, you are not allowed to have interactions with the bidders during evaluation. You are not allowed to induce the evaluators. You are not allowed to do things that would give you undue advantage over other bidders. All these things constitute misprocurement. And on the part of the evaluation team, you are not allowed to favor any contractor or bidder over the others. These are all misprocurement activities, and it will result in the nullification of your procurement process. Prior review. Prior review refers to an evaluation conducted by PPA prior to the finalization of your procurement process. So during the procurement process, the procuring entity would have cause to send documents to PPA for review for the agency as a regulatory body to certify that all the activities and all the actions of the procuring entity are in line with the laws and provisions and guidelines of procurement activities. So you get your prior review done by the PPA. Post-review refers to the conduct, it's the activity conducted by PPA after contract award to ensure compliance. So you'll see our procurement team come to our various MDAs subsequently to check our records to ensure that you've done your procurement right. That's post-review. Procurement entities in themselves also can carry out post-review activities to confirm the claims. What's happening? Hello, am I still on? Hello? Hello, am I on? Can you hear me? Okay, I'm still on. Thank you. All right. So post-review activities refers to what the agency does when we go around to our various MDAs to check our records and ensure that we've actually complied with all necessary segments of the procurement law and our guidelines. And I'm also saying that our procuring entities, that's our MDAs, can also carry out post-review activities to confirm the claims made by our bidders prior to the award of contracts. What is procurement audit? Procurement audit refers to systematic review of our procurement procedures to assess legality and efficiency. Procurement records refer to complete file documentation of all procurement activities and decision-making processes. Annual procurement reports, that's the detailed procurement document submitted by procuring entities, summarizing their procurement activities in the year in question. Procurement fraud, that's dishonest practices such as bribery, falsification of documents, collusion, and other things in procurement process. Conflict of interest. Conflict of interest is a situation where personal interest interferes with professional procurement decisions. That's when the officers involved in procurement process allow their individual or personal interest to conflict and override the overall interest of the entity or the professional best practice required of them. Transparency refers to ensuring openness in all procurement processes. Accountability refers to ensuring officials are answerable for procurement actions and decisions. Value for money is getting the highest quality output for the most reasonable cost. Cost-benefit analysis. Cost-benefit analysis is the assessment and comparing project benefits to the associated cost. So for the amount you are paying, which is the cost, what is the benefit associated to that cost? That's cost-benefit analysis. Need assessment, which is what you do at the beginning of the procurement process, is a study conducted to determine genuine procurement requirements. That's your needs assessment. Market survey. The market survey is a research conducted to obtain price intelligence and supply information. But we need to know that this market survey is only an estimate for what we want to do. It is not the hard and fast figure for what you want to do. So if we say you want to supply laptops and the market survey says that particular specification of the laptop is for instance, say 150,000 naira, that is only an estimate. We are not saying that we must award or buy that product at 150,000 naira. Most times we would procure that item at even a less price, because that market survey would have taken into consideration all the necessary deductions, profit margin, and every other thing for the service provider. So by the time you have the market survey and all these other parameters imputed to have the in-house estimate, that in-house estimate cannot and most times will not be the price you would award the contract. The final cost of that item will be a product of the competition between the various bidders, and then you have the real market situation or market price of that item. So there's a difference between the market survey, the in-house estimate, and then the final award price for our items. Price intelligence unit is just a unit of the PPA that does works on all these validation of prices within our procurement space. The tender board or the tender committee, that's the MTB or the ST or the PTB, is the body within the MDA that oversees the procurement activities of our various procuring entities, and they have the responsibility of approving our procurement activities. Approving authority is the designated officer or institution authorized to approve procurement decisions. And the tender evaluation report is a procurement document summarizing all our evaluation findings. The tender register is a record of all bidders, a record of all bids that you receive, including the bidders' details and their submission time. That's the tender register. Procurement notice. A procurement notice is what we publish in our dailies or online for the invitation of bidders to our process. These procurement notices can either be a general procurement notice or a specific procurement notice. The advertisement time is the mandatory period for bid publication. For example, the mandatory advertisement period for national competitive bid is 4 weeks. And then for others, you have different times as well. Domestic preference, that's a policy aligned preference for local contractors or suppliers. Domestic preference will only be applicable in international competitive bidding process. So we are saying that for international competitive bidding process, where you'll have both local and international suppliers or contractors, will have preference for our own local contractors, give them a little bit of help, so to say, a little notch to make them compete properly with the foreign contractors. That's what we call the domestic preference. Joint venture, that's a partnership between 2 or more firms to execute a contract. Consortium, on the other hand, is a group of companies collaborating for procurement opportunities. Variation order or change order, a formal instruction altering the scope or the price of an existing contract. That's a change order. So before you ask for change of contract price, you want to do contract variation, there must be a variation order or a change order stating clearly the scope that has changed and then the price that is changing along with it before we have variation in contract price. An addendum is a modification or clarification to our tender document. So after publication of our tender document, if we need to modify what we've publicized or we need to clarify the contents of this document, we issue what is called an addendum to that bid document. Clarification is a formal request or response to explain aspects of the procurement document. So the clarification will come from the bidder after we have issued our bidding document. If they have things that they are not clear with, they need explanation, they would seek clarification. But this clarification must be done within a specified window. And that window is to allow for the procuring entity to respond to your clarification and make that information available to all bidders, not to only the firm or the person that sought the clarification. All clarifications sought by any bidder will be made available to all bidders in the process. So that's what clarification is all about. Bid submission sheets. That's the standard form which bidders will declare their offer. That's the bid submission sheet. Then the procurement manual. A procurement manual is that document that guides the operational procedure for procurement in the state. So we have a procurement manual issued already by the TPA. Specifications. Specifications are the detailed technical requirements for goods or works to be procured. We don't have specification for services. Rather, we have terms of reference. But for goods and works, you would have specifications telling us the detailed technical requirements for our assignment. BOQ, bills of quantity, and BEME, bills of engineering, measurement, and evaluation. This is a document listing the items, quantities, and price in construction works. So you wouldn't have BOQ for goods, you wouldn't have BOQ for services. BOQs and BEME are strictly for construction works, for works assignment, and it will state the quantities and the prices for the items that we'll need for our construction work. By the way, BOQ and BEME are supposed to be exactly the same thing, but for clarification, BOQs are prepared by quantity surveyors and architects for buildings, whereas bills of engineering, measurement, and evaluation are prepared by civil engineers and other engineers for infrastructural facilities. Inspection. We have formal inspection of delivered goods or works to confirm compliance. That's what we aim to do during our inspection processes. So after inspection and all that, you would have acceptance certificate, or what we sometimes call completion certificate. That's a document confirming that the goods or the works meet the contractual requirements of the procuring entity. A warranty. Warranties are only applicable to goods, and this is what the supplier will submit. It's a document the supplier will submit to guarantee that the products that we are supplying will meet the quality desired and performance. So a supplier's guarantee regarding the product's quality or performance. Retention fee and retention period. A retention fee, the retention fee is a withheld amount that the procuring entity will keep until the satisfactory completion of a procurement of a works contract. So what this means is that at the time of practical, what we call practical completion of work, the payment will be made less the retention fee. The retention fee will be held for the period we call defect liability period or retention period, a period during which we don't expect any defects in the works that has been put in place by the contractor. If we witness any defects in our works, the procuring entity will invite the contractor to come and make do these defects. In a situation where the contractor refuses to come or does not come at the right time, the procuring entity would effect the repairs of the damages or defects and deduct the sums or the cost of these repairs from the withheld retention fee, and the balance will be returned to the contractor at the end of the retention period or the defect liability period. Liquidated damages, that's penalties charged for delays or failure to meet the contract terms. So these are charges made by the procuring entity on the contractor for delays or failures to meet contract terms. Dispute resolution. In our processes, we can have dispute resolution by either mediation or arbitration for resolution of our contract disagreement. Blacklisting. Official blacklisting means that we are prohibiting that supplier or that contractor or that service provider from taking part in our procurement process, further taking part in our procurement process, and that will be due to misconduct. So when service providers are guilty of misconduct, they can be blacklisted and they will not be allowed to partake in our procurement process. It could be for a stated term or a permanent blacklisting. Ethical standard requires to the professional behavior required of our procurement personnel. Procurement plan approval, that's when procurement entities take their procurement plans to PPA for validation. And once they are validated and approved, we'll expect that procuring entities will stick to the contents of the procurement plan all through the year. Public opening minutes. These are the minutes of our public bid opening sessions. We have minutes that will tell us all the activities and the things that went down during public bid opening session. Bid examination. Bid examination refers to initial scrutiny of the bid to ensure completeness and compliance. This does not entail the proper evaluation. It's just the scrutiny to see that the bid is complete and is compliant with our requirements. It is after the conduction of the bid examination that will go on to the proper and detailed bid evaluation. We've talked about domestic bidders earlier. We talked about domestic preference then. So domestic bidders are those bidders that are registered and operating in Nigeria, and they are the ones that can enjoy domestic preference during international bidding processes. Then, of course, foreign bidders are those bidders that are registered outside the country. Contract implementation refers to the monitoring and supervision of contract execution. Project monitoring is to ensure the progress of work and ensure that it also aligns with the contract schedule. So what we do during project monitoring is to ensure that the work that is being done is consistent and in line with contract schedule. That's what project monitoring is all about. Compliance reporting, that's to document. It has a document that shows adherence to procurement laws. Procurement offense, these are violations of procurement laws subject to penalties. Subcontractors are third party hired by the main contractors to execute contracts to execute parts of the contract. But by the way, Lagos State contract laws does not recognize subcontractors. Whoever the subcontractors engaged by our contractors only have relationship with the contractors. The Lagos State contract laws does not recognize subcontractors. We are not liable to deal with subcontractors. Feasibility studies, that's the analysis that we carry out to determine whether a proposed project is viable, a proposed expenditure is viable. You do this before you commence the process. Indeed, before you even go to the procurement planning stage. Submission deadline, that's the final time limit, the time limit allowed for service providers to submit. Submission deadline is a time limit for delivery of procurement document. That's when you are allowed to submit your bid and other documents during procurement process. Competitive advantage, that's a unique strength that makes a bidder more suitable to us. So when you say contractor A or bidder A has a competitive advantage over another bidder, you are saying that there's a unique strength in that bidder that makes him more acceptable, more suitable, more preferred to the others. Local content requirements. Sometimes our procurement processes will require that our service providers would have local content requirement, and this rule mandates that these service providers use either local materials or local labor or engage artisans from the locality of our projects to ensure that we have local content in our procurement process. We're almost there now, 100. Procurement performance indicator, procurement KPI. These are metrics that measure procurement efficiency. Metrics that will tell us that, yes, our procurement process is achieving the desired results. For instance, one key performance indicator of our procurement process is to see that we are having reduction in abandoned projects, or that we are having higher quality of work done, or higher quality of products supplied to the agency and all that, or that we are having jobs completed in record time as desired. These are various key performance indicators of our procurement process. Contract administration refers to the management and managing of all aspects of the contract life cycle. Procurement review panel. This is the body responsible for handling the procurement panel complaints and appeals. By the way, I'm sure we are aware that bidders are allowed to put up complaints and appeals to our procurement process. We have a review mechanism in place that allows aggrieved bidders to put up their complaints. That mechanism will start by the bidder putting up his letter to the procuring entity. If the procurement entity attends to that complaint and the bidder is still not satisfied with the way the procurement entity has attended to it, the bidder can go on to put up a complaint to the procurement agency, PPA. The PPA is mandated to attend to that complaint within record time, and if the service provider is still not satisfied with the decisions of the agency, you can still put up your complaints to the House of Assembly. So we have what we call a complaint mechanism that attends to the complaints and appeals of our service providers. A service level agreement is a document that defines the service standards and responsibilities between the procuring entity and the service provider. Payment certificate is a document authorizing payments for completed works. And then the warranty period is a period within which the contractor must fix defect liability. That's the same thing as the retention period. And for goods, you have the warranty period. Advance payment guarantee, that's the document, we've talked about this earlier, the document that ensures that the advance payment that has been paid to contractors, or the mobilization fee released to contractors, are properly utilized. If the contractor does not utilize the fund properly, the procuring entity is at liberty to make claims on that guarantee from the institution that issued the guarantee or the bond to the bidder. The letter of intent is a preliminary commitment to award a contract. A letter of intent is a preliminary commitment to award a contract. So we are saying that we intend to award a contract to you. It's not yet a contract document. That's just the letter of intent. After the letter of intent, the service provider will provide or submit to the procuring entity the letter of acceptance, saying that you are okay with the award and you are ready to provide the service as detailed in the letter of commitment. It is only after the submission of the letter of acceptance that we can go on to contract formation with the selected service provider. The contract price, of course, is the total financial cost agreed for the contract execution. Public interest refers to acting in ways that will serve and protect the citizens and state resources. Public interest is acting in ways and manners that will protect the citizens and the state resources. The procurement life cycle is that full sequence of procurement stages from planning to closure, in fact, up to disposal. That's procurement life cycle. Procurement ethics and conduct refers to the rules regulating the conduct of procurement officials during procurement process. Procurement websites is the online procurement hosting, the online platform hosting the procurement notice and results. The procurement website for the Lagos State Public Procurement Agency is www.lsppa.gov.ng. Contract register, the database of awarded contracts and other expenditures of the procuring entity is what we call the contract register, and it's maintained by the procuring entity. So the procuring entity will maintain their contract register. And from time to time, the PPA can request for the contract register of the procuring entity. Procurement appeals, a formal objection submitted by a bidder challenging the procurement process. That's the complaint mechanism I explained a while ago. A standing officer, a standing offer is an ongoing arrangement for the supply of goods or at the agreed price. That's a standing officer. A standing offer, rather. You have a standing offer for the supply of goods at an agreed price. Inspection report is a document issued after assessing goods or works delivered. So when suppliers supply goods to our store, they will be inspected for compliance with specifications and all that, and then we'll have an inspection report. We also do carry out risk assessments, and that's to identify and evaluate the potential threats to our procurement process. That's the risk assessment we do. Supplier database, that's a list of pre-approved suppliers obtained by the procuring entity from the Lagos State Public Procurement Agency, the PPA. The final account is the complete financial summary of a contract at closure. The meat, what we call meat, usually we talk about the least cost evaluated bid. These days, we've gone further from that to what we call the most economically advantageous tender, meat. That's the bid that has the best value based on quality, price, and other factors. Meat, most economically advantageous tender. We also have a procurement planning committee. Of course, we've talked about that extensively, the PPC. That's the team responsible for the annual procurement plan of the procuring entity. Combined evaluation is when you merge the technical and financial scores of a consultant. That's during quality cost-based evaluation and selection method. You combine the scores of the technical evaluation and the financial evaluation to have what we call the combined evaluation figure. Eligibility criteria are those basic requirements that a bidder must meet. For instance, bidders must be registered with PPA. They must have their CAC document, will know their directors, ensure that they have income tax payments up to date, and every other such regular requirements. The firm must not be solvent. The directors must not be persons of questionable characters and all such things. Those are basic eligibility criteria. On the other hand, qualification criteria are those specific technical and financial requirements for the contractors or bidders to meet, so that we'll see that's what we do during evaluation process. I think with this, we've come to the end of the items, I think, or terminologies I think we should be conversant with for our procurement process. And at this point, I want to invite Mr. Jami Onosanya to wrap up the presentation and also attend to questions and any other things from participants. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, sir. Let me see your emojis coming up. In between, I was logged out. All efforts for me to join back was to no avail. But we thank God I used another channel. So I don't know the devil that is working. I'm sure you have the backup of this class on our YouTube channel. When you get to YouTube, just navigate to live. So you get it there, because I'm unable to get the recording version fully. So once again, thank you very much, sir, for your time to justify to everything, and I'm trying to see if I can unlock the chat. Couldn't unlock the chat from here. Anyway, please, I'm trying to unlock the chat, but it's not possible for me. Maybe we use the hand raising formula to ask our question. So sorry for that. Okay, without wasting much of our time, because we still have another class by 7 o'clock. So let me call on, okay, Dr. Imoluame Grace. Name, your ministry. Please direct your question straight to the topic. We can't solve any problem here. Anytime you want to see Mr. Subar, you can still send Mr. Subar number across. You have the floor, doctor.
Thank you, sir. I think my questions will be directly go to him. I think you said we should talk to him. For the past 1.5 hours, we couldn't see his slide. So to jot down is so difficult for us. And then there's somebody using chalkboard or board on the slide that is even making things difficult for us. Those of us that are viewing it, I don't know the person that is doing that. So that's my issue. Thank you, sir.
Okay, my doctor, before you go, are you on one of any of our channel, ma?
Not yet, sir.
Okay, I will see if I can send the our Telegram channel to you. We have sent the slide there already, so you can join from you can get the slide from there.
All right, sir. Thank you, sir.
Doing that, so sorry for that. That is human being for you, but we manage them. We manage them, no problem.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Akinusi Doris, please, your name, your ministry, and question.
Okay, good evening, sir. Well done, and God bless you for all you do for us. And what I wanted to say is what that woman has just said. The person that is writing on the board should please stop. Should please stop. It was because we were locked out, our host. I'm sure you'd have maybe removed the person or maybe called the person to order. I want to thank Gina Subal for all that you did for us today. Thank you so much.
All right. Okay, noted, ma.
Yes,
Please, let's that has happened. Let's forget about the person that writes now. Let's go straight to our question because of time. Ogunlewe Adejumobi.
Good afternoon, sir.
Ogunlewe, you have the
Good
floor.
afternoon, sir. My
Good
name
afternoon.
is Ogunlewe
Good
Adejumobi.
afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yeah, I'm Assistant Director of
Okay,
Procurement
Adejumobi.
from Loma. Mr. Subal, thank you very much for the job well done. It's a lot one. I just wanted to clarify between force account and force majeure. Are they the same thing or are they different? Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let me just take this quickly. Force account is another name for direct labor. That's when you allow our MDAs to carry out procurement activities. For instance, we have some direct labor agencies like the Public Works Department. We have the Lagos State Electricity Board and a couple of other agencies that are direct labor agencies that we allow them to do the job themselves rather than engaging contractors. They can also engage contractors anyway, but anytime they carry out works without engaging contractors, they have their own engineers, they have their own personnel, they have their own equipment to do the job. That is direct labor. By the way, direct labor is restricted to only works. You don't have direct labor for goods, you don't have direct labor for services. That's force account or direct labor. Force majeure is another name for what do you call it now? Unexpected natural occurrence. For instance, if you want to, Monday now is the work day. We're supposed to go to work. You wake up in the morning, God forbid, there's thunderstorm and all sorts of things. That's force majeure. Or you want to cross a bridge and the bridge has collapsed. You can't go by natural occurrence, something beyond your control. A natural occurrence beyond your control is force majeure. During COVID period, we all locked down. That's force majeure. So that's the difference between force majeure and force account. Force account is another name for direct contracting. I hope that's clear enough.
Very clear. Mr. Agunlewe, I hope you are okay with that. Olashupo Muinat. I think I'll be able to open the chat box so others can make use of the chat box. Then, doctor, please confirm you have seen the Telegram link. Olashupo Muinat, you have the floor. Mute yourself from your end. Is Olashupo with us? Okay. Olatunbosunjide Ladipo, unmute yourself.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon,
sir.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, my question is
your name, your ministry, sir.
My name is Olatunbosun Ladipo.
Your ministry, sir. Your ministry.
Yeah, Lagos State Building Control Agency.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Control Agency. Under procurement methods, You know, we have the open competitive bidding process. Now, in an international competitive bidding, will the national competitive bidding, people at the national level, can they be part of that? Maybe, is it that any international bidding, no local service provider will be allowed in that kind of a bidding for international? I want to know.
All right, thank you so much. That's a good question. The rule is this: for the national competitive bid, we are restricting to companies that are registered nationally in Nigeria. For ICB, international competitive bidding, we are now including other service providers from outside Nigeria. So for ICB, you would allow both local and international. But for NCB, national competitive, is restricted to only national, local bidders. ICB will take both local and national, but NCB will take only national, will not take foreign bidders. I hope that's clear.
All right, sir. To accommodate other people, we call on Ramon Fatai Adetunji, your ministry. Ramon, unmute yourself from your end.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. Good afternoon, sir. From Lagos State Fiscal Planning Permit Authority, sir.
All right.
Thank you so much for the lecture. My question has to do with when you were talking about tendering, sir. You said when it is direct and it is restrictive, that there is a caveat that if the person or the company that had the initial contract is given the contract, there is a caveat that it cannot increase the price anymore, other than the price that was initially approved. Or else, if it increases it, there will be the need for another competition. But my question now is that, what if there is improved economy, and for instance, the initial price, unit price approved was 10 naira, and because of the economic improvement, the price is now 8 naira, which gives other competitors the right to now want to challenge? What happens, sir?
Okay, thank you so much. I think your answer has already cleared the air on what we are looking at. So you are referring to my explanation on conditions for direct contracting. One of the conditions for direct contracting is that you are having a follow-up. Maybe the phase 1 of a contract, and you are going to phase 2. Or somebody supplied 20 office chairs to your ministry, and you now need extra 5. So you want to get that extra 5 by direct contracting. Now, my explanation is this. If you are having direct contracting that is premised on an initial contract, the contractor will not be allowed to vary his price. And the reason is this. If, for instance, in the case of, say, chairs, you supplied it the first time at 10 naira or 100 naira per chair, if you want to supply it the next time, and you say, okay, things have happened in the market, we are now supplying it at 15 naira, we would request that it goes through competition. The reason is that your movement between 10 to 15 naira is your own decision. Other suppliers may decide to move from 10 to 13 instead of 15 that you have gone to. So we can't have direct contracting. Likewise, which is what you are now talking about, if you have a reduction, if we know that, look, the economic situation that is improved. Take, for instance, we know how much we were buying petrol at a certain time not too long ago, and we know it's slightly cheaper now. So we cannot rely on an initial contract by direct contracting to award another one, since there is now a change. So whether the change is upward or downward, if we have reasons to justify a change, we cannot have direct contracting. That's the situation. So once we are able to justify a change, either upwards or downwards, we cannot have direct contracting. Would allow other service providers to compete. That's the requirement. I hope that's clear.
All right, sir. Thank you. Yeah, clear, very clear, sir. Dosumu Jamiu. Dosumu Jamiu, unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, sir, and every member of
Good afternoon, sir.
everybody present on this call.
Your name, your
At the
ministry,
beginning
sir.
of the lecture, Dosumu Jamiu is my name. I am from Lagos State Film and Video Censors Board, and Assistant Director. Yes, at the beginning of the call, it was so interesting
All right,
when the slides, but towards the end of the call, the list of those technical terms were displayed. Somehow it disappeared. So I am asking and appealing to the lecturer to please make that particular list available for us. That will, because apart from the list, the explanation was so fast that we couldn't judge. So if those lists are available, we can revisit it at our own time. Thank you very much.
All right, sir. Mr. James, are you on our Telegram channel?
I am.
All right. I will send everything to the Telegram channel. I've sent the slides, so I will send the others too.
It's okay, sir. Thank you very much.
Are you okay with that?
Thank you very much, Mr. Subaru. Yes, I am. Thank you so much, sir.
So without wasting much of our time, Mr. Sherifi Dean. Okay, Aweda, don't let me call what I don't understand. Mr. Aweda.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon,
Good
sir.
afternoon.
Your name, your ministry.
Yusuf Aweda from Education District 3.
More volume, sir. More volume. Can you increase your volume there?
District 3, Education District 3.
All right.
Hello.
Okay, you have the floor.
Okay, yes. My question is on bid security. Bid security. Can you hear me, sir?
Please go on. I can hear you.
In bid security, it's a financial protect. So if what happened to the service providers that eventually did not get, were not chosen, and they have their bid security, they have done that ahead. What happened to the payments they have made ahead? That's my question, sir.
All right, thank you so much. That's something I should have mentioned, I guess, because of the time I was trying to go through quite a couple of things. So during procurement process, all bidders, open competitive bid process, I mean now, all bidders are expected or are required to procure the security, the bid security, which is a financial guaranteed document from a financial institution or the insurance firm. After evaluation, and we have a selected supplier or contractor, a service provider that we intend to go into business with, we would notify that supplier that he or she or that firm is successful in our procurement process. The moment the contractor goes through the entire process of sending in acceptance letter and signing a contract, the procuring entity will release all the bid security of the non-successful bidders back to the bidders. The document will be returned to them. Immediately, we'll sign contract with the winner. The reason we don't release it before that is that, peradventure, if we have issues with the selected bidder, we may have cause to go to the next preferred bidder. If we had released the bid security before then we may not be in control of that bidder any longer. But the moment we've gone into contract, we've signed contract, the selected bidder signs a contract, we will return the bid security of all successful bidders. Thank you. I hope that's clear enough, sir.
All right. Thank you. Very clear, sir. Because of time, I will not take all the questions, but I will only pick two uh, candidates here. After that, two, we will call it a day. Just by itself so that you can prepare. Okay. Adeniji Michael. Unmute yourself. Adeniji Michael. Adeniji Michael. Okay.
Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon.
All right. Good
Thank
afternoon.
you. Thank you, Mr.
Your
Moderator.
name, your ministry.
My name is Engineer Adeniji Oluwaseun from Lagos State Electrification Agency. Thank you, Mr. Lecturer. I really enjoyed your session. God will continue to enrich your brain more and more in Jesus' name. Yeah, my question goes thus. You were talking about direct labor, and in a project, we have a goods component, we have services. When and when can direct labor come in a project? Thank you. That's my question.
All right, so quickly, because we are running out of time, like I said earlier, direct labor is for works assignment. So when you say you have projects where you have a mix of services and the works, I will need to look at it properly. For instance, you are from electricity, maybe electricity board or one of the agencies there. Your agency is allowed to do direct labor, to implement contracts by direct labor because you believe we have the personnel and the equipment to carry out that service. But when you don't have in-house capacity, it will no longer be direct labor. Or maybe I don't quite get what you're talking about. But for services, there cannot be direct labor for services. Or maybe you say, if you want to look at what would be services for direct labor, you say, for instance, now, you want to have in-house capacity building session. And one of the engineers in your agency there wants to facilitate. What he's doing is not a work thing, it's a service thing, right? So you want to argue that can it be done because it is not it's an in-house capacity thing, and then what is it again now that is an in-house capacity and then it's done by one of you. Is it direct labor? No, it's not direct labor. Direct labor is strictly for works. What the person will be doing then is just offering service to your agency. But when you are now, if it's having to do it with an outsider, then it's something else. So, but clearly, direct labor is restricted to works. So can we take the next question?
All right, sir. Okay. Last but not the least, I will call on Olanigan Hussein Kehinde. Meanwhile, after you ask your question, as our norms here, we call on any participant to behalf of other participants ask your question, and okay with your question, you have that assignment to do for us. Unmute yourself, Olanigan Hussein Kehinde. Olanigan, are you still with us? All right. Gabriel Levy. Gabriel Levy. Unmute yourself from your end.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. My name is Dewey Gabriel Levi. I'm a consultant in the Health Service Commission. I want to first of all appreciate our lecturer. Thank you very much. It's been very comprehensive, very exhaustive. We are very grateful for the effort, sir. My question is just a single question, a bit of confusion. I want to understand the difference between a bid and a tender. The difference between a bid and a tender. That's my question, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
All right. Thank you so much. Bid and tender are synonymous terms. So we can say bidders and tender. That the bid is the document that you submit containing your own response to our invitation to bid. That's a bid. And you can also call it a tender. So bid and tender are synonymous terms. Is that clear, sir? A bid is also a tender, and a tender is a bid.
Mr. Levi, I hope it's okay by you.
Very, very clear. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
You still have assignments to do for us, sir. You have assignments to do for you have assignment to do for us, sir. You will give vote of thanks on behalf of all participants, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. But standing on the protocol already established, I want to really say on behalf of all the
Are
attendees.
You still with us, sir, Mr. Gabriel?
I'm with you, sir. Can you hear me, sir? Hello, sir. Can you hear me, sir? I'm with you, sir.
Yes,
can you hear me?
I can.
Yes, sir.
I can hear. Yes, go ahead.
Yes.
Okay, sir. I was saying that on behalf of the entire participants in this program, I want to say a very, very big thank you to our facilitator and our lecturer for the very exhaustive, very comprehensive, and very straight to the point lecture. It's been very enlightening, very, very enlightening. And I believe that each and every one of us has benefited so much for it, not just for the promotion exercise, but going forward in our various roles, in our various parastatals, in our various positions. It will better equip us to perform our job and our function much more effectively. So we want to say thank you, sir. We are very, very grateful. Awards can form of our gratitude. Say thank you, the lecture. I want to say thank you to all those that facilitated this lecture, all those that made it possible. Our moderator, the engineers, and all the technical people, the admin people. We are very grateful. Thank you very much. We just want you to know that you're also part of our success story. We are grateful. God bless you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. It's my pleasure to be here and to share the little experience we have. We hope for the best and believe that in doing all this, we'll all rise together and have a better public service for Lagos State. Thank you so much, and thank you to the organizers of the series and the platform. Thank you. So, Mr. Jamiu,